Close to me. かない夢のショーはない果ての Runaway 3つ1つに罪はない捨てたものじゃないだってそうじゃないあんなにもあんなにもまさに結果まさかの結末にあなたにもあなたにもできる Cry 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 Lie Lie Baby Lie 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 それなら僕と踊りませんか Lie Lie Baby Lie 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 きっとそれは大切なことランベリックランベリックランベリックだってそれは敗北の合図曖昧嫉妬困難を武器にもう誰のものでもないわ霞む視界と愛の言葉で叫ぶそれはバイアストリンね大概そんな運命はすでにもう誰のものでもないわ揺れる視界と愛の心で叫ぶそれは敗北の合図 Lie Bye Baby My 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 Life それなら僕と踊りませんか Lie Bye Baby My 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 Life きっとそれは大切なことランベリック
прожигает гнилью, жизнь не стоит сожаления. Мне не нужно сострадание, дух истерзанный видением. Книги смерть, что я слышу, слышит из оцепенения. Нет ни смерти, ни рождения, нет морали и устоев. Нет подряд кратчайших жизней, с ним никто не прикоснулся. Отпусти, знаю, слышу скрипта, что слышу дыхание. Я бегу во тьме кромешной, в пустоте я растворяюсь.
Let's go right side.
Just a little longer. Almost got it. It's ready. They called me mad, insane, Peppino! But finally, I have baked the fourth wall! And for the first course, it's time for lap 3! Reality shifting at its very core. I finished with seconds, but I still want more. More than pizza time and a pizza face. This lap is the ultimate race! One more lap to prove Peppino stronger and wiser and better. One more lap to prove this level's totally, completely mastered. One more goal to chase me just to make everything that much tougher. One more goal to chase the thoughts away I couldn't handle proper. Never been in this much terror, stress levels never been higher. Vision blurry, heat are raking legs, now my heart's on fire. No more thought, it's super legs, no hidden treasure, just a man that's understanding dangerous in my way. At long last, and even mad. Pizza faces catching up to my tail. Just one slip up and I'm certain to fail.
Peppino, you're mine! There's far too much time on a simple drug the exit doorway. Haven't we done this before? I don't understand what's happening now. I'm feeling even stronger, but how? Like the whole world is rewritten to be. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You allow the entire game to help your capital wind up me. I get you, man. What's going on? What about Gustavo? Gets to the job. You even have a single time left to anything else but cheating data. Anything else I consider aside. Step you on that will have to provide.
Well, not me, your hopes are zero, but I'd like to see you try it. I'm not here to be a hero, it's first thought, I won't deny it. It's no thrill of rushing, charging, sliding, jumping, put up and trying. No one that one misplaced margin needs to dearly instant dying. Every muscle that is its bones along the words of frankly body barely hanging here at a huge meeting that it's taking. I can see the end and sense it's capable, but I can't stop now. Got to pick up something tougher. Yes, the pizza must be done now! More. I need more toppings for the perfect challenge. The pizza oven must bake more!
What more could you want?
Infinite laps!
Oh no.
While fighting all of the bosses! Where am I?
What in tarnation?
Is it time to crush Peppino already?
Who are you people? As an idiot!
You've lost your mind.
But I found something so much better! Who needs sanity when this proves? Now you can predict my moves. Racing to this frenetic groove. Quick and fierce as can be. You can chase me or call it quits. You can face me in brawn or wits. Crush our records to tiny bits. For eternity. I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me.
Oh, pan my pizzas, what a nightmare! Thank cheesy goodness all that poppycock was fake.
Is that so?
Oh, phooey.
Hey, if you like this song, then why not subscribe? Hit the bell. Watch me play games weekends at night, streaming live. As well, check out my Patreon for special rewards. The scene. Catch me on Twitter and join my fan Discord. So many mods, so little time.
Wouldn't you agree?
What have I done?
のじゃないだってそうじゃないあんなにもまさに結果まさかの結末にあなたにもできる Cry Lie bye baby Lie bye lie それなら僕と踊りませんか Lie bye baby Lie lie きっとそれは大切なことランベリックランベリックだってそれ
I swear I'll stay if you give me a reason. Can you hear me? I'm falling to pieces. But I swear I'll stay if you give me a reason.
they're asleep. And they've worked out a system whereby, you know how you can work an alarm clock to wake yourself up at a given time. They wake up, the monk in charge, who has to hit the clapper or ring the bell, is always awake about 5 minutes before the lecture ends. Quite long. So I remember sitting Japanese fashion through its duration with a tape recorder beside me, looking like a suitcase. But there were these monks. They were asleep. So they are just exactly like schoolboys. And undergraduate fraternity men and seminarists the world over. They would much rather be over the wall smoking a cigarette or dating girls in town. But as I say, every so often, one of them really comes through. So then Westerners, you see, are bothered also by the ritual and the splendor. To give, I'm sure many of you here have been to Japan and have seen these things, but it's what I would call ascetic luxury. Imagine living in rooms where the screens that divide rooms are covered in gold leaf and painted by the most gorgeous artists of all time, Sesshu, the Kano School, and so on. Here you are, and you've got outside your window gardens which are beyond belief in beauty and marvelously tended. True, you do yourself, even as a temple priest, kind of a top dog, you do a certain amount of the work yourself in keeping this place tidy. But that's pretty much what you have to do. And scrounge around for fun. That's the real problem these days. Since just before the Second World War, the Buddhist church, or Buddhist churches, were disestablished. They were deprived of an enormous amount of their lands and endowments by the government. And so as a result of that, every temple on a temple campus has to make do somehow. So what do? Some of them have opened restaurants, very good restaurants. Some of them are tourist centers, and they like Daisen Inn in Daitokuji, where they encourage people to come and look at the garden. And one of the monks gives a lecture, even in English, which he's learned by heart, to explain the symbolism of the garden. He invented it himself, I found out. Yes. He made it up. And he gives the speech in English with great eloquence and with a wonderful twinkle in his eye. He's a very nice fellow. So, but therefore they do these things, like Mr. Ogata at Shokokuji has opened a studies center for Westerners, with a library. All this is done to maintain the temple in existence. And otherwise they just get closed down and they fall apart. The government does give some grants, especially where a temple houses a national treasure. Say, there's a temple in Daitokuji where the priest is a Mr. Kobori, and he's descended from the great family of Kobori Enshu, who was the master gardener. And he's a wonderful man, speaks beautiful English, and is very good at calligraphy. And his temple houses two of the most valuable paintings in the world, which are the Persimmons and the Chestnut by Muchi. And so he is very happy to entertain Westerners on a sort of individual basis to see these things and drink tea, realizing that these Westerners will kick in a donation. And the temple badly needs a donation because it has to be completely repaired. They're very clever at that, the Japanese carpenters. They can take an old building and underpin it, reconstruct it, put in new beams and everything, and it's exactly like it was before they started, except it's been simply reformulated. If a temple gets burned down, they have models and plans, and they can make it exactly as it was. Most of the ancient buildings in Japan have all been burned down, and they're actually quite modern. But they're perfect replicas. After Kinkakuji, The Golden Pavilion, you know, in the story by Mishima was burned down by a mad monk. It's there again, shining with gold as it was in the old days when it was brand new. So, I think, this impoverishment has been very healthy. Because otherwise, if they had sat back on their donations, and they would have just gone to sleep. As it is, they have to do something to function as a temple in some way. And this also has been a helpful influence in bringing about some kind of a revival. The success in education or religion is of a deadly thing. I know so many worthwhile causes that started out struggling and they had something really great. And then when they succeeded, they became sloppy and eventually fell apart. Or they meant worse still, instead of falling apart, they just go on and on and on being dull. That so easily happens. So this poverty has been a good thing. But the real struggle and the real problem is this. The younger generation in Japan is not interested in Buddhism, period. If you ask a Japanese, say roughly between 30 and 40, what's your religion? He's apt to say, my parents are Buddhists. As for himself, he has no interest and he knows nothing about it. When they hear sutra chanting, they think, oh, what a bore. Nobody understands it anyway because the sutras are chanted in the Sino-Japanese. That is to say, it is a peculiar Japanese way of pronouncing Chinese. It is not the Japanese way of pronouncing Japanese. And so nobody knows what's it about. Most of the people who are chanting don't know what it's about. And of course, some of it, insofar as it's what's called dharani, didn't mean anything in the first place. And so they have this modern feeling. What does it all mean? Second generation Japanese in the United States can't stand it when the priests chant a sutra to pacify the old folks. They want the whole thing changed. And they sing in the Buddhist churches in the United States, Buddha loves me, this I know, for the sutra tells me so. They have Sunday school and everything they organize just like a Protestant church. Because the Nisei and the Sansei, second and third generation Japanese, want to slip into the American scene. And unlike the Chinese, who are very retentive of their culture, the Japanese settlers here seem to want to lose it and become Rotarian. And so in Japan today, much the same situation prevails. There is an extraordinary outbreak of new religions, which we would call cults, like Tenrikyu and so on. But so far as Buddhism is concerned, the younger generation couldn't care less. And that's why, you see, the only young people who frequent the temples, by and large, are priests' sons. The average young man in Japan today is full of energy. So are the girls. They are the most marvelous people. The children would thrill you. They are so beautiful and intelligent and polite and gay. And but they are breaking away totally from the older people. In fact, many young people in Japan hate to go home after school because they feel the atmosphere of disapproval on the part of their parents and grandparents is so thick you could cut it with a knife. So instead of that, they wander the streets. Not in a rowdy way at all. But they just like to be away and be on their own. So they go to, first of all, pachinko parlors. A pachinko parlor would be a store about the size of this one, lined entirely with pinball machines. And you get a handful of steel ball bearings and you put those into that machine, and with fascination you watch that hour after hour after hour, and the machine is rigged so as to give you back just enough balls to keep you going, you see. And you win little prizes like a package of cigarettes or something like that. Nothing much. It's not real gambling at all. It's just a fascination. And you can hear these things going clinker, clanker, clang, clatter, clatter, clatter. Every village has one, at least one. The other thing they do is go to coffee houses. And coffee houses are of various kinds according to musical classification. Western classical, modern jazz, Dixieland, various things of that kind. And the music is turned up full strength. There are two reasons for this. One is that in the Far East, people don't feel they're getting their money's worth unless they get their radio as loud as possible and keep it on all the time. The other is the loud music drowns out voices so that you can talk to another individual without being overheard. And so the coffee house is a great center for dating. You take a girl there, and they have a thing they call getting to know each other, which has never happened in Japan before. The only way in the old style, high civilization of Japan to meet a girl was to have tea ceremony, at which of course there would be chaperones and the conversation would be utterly stilted. So getting to know a woman, the only possible way of getting to know a woman in the old world of Japan was to make friends with a geisha. Geisha are entertaining girls. They're not harlots, they're not prostitutes. They are highly cultured women, specially trained to entertain men and to help men entertain their men friends. So and that's rather expensive to hire geisha. So that's a luxury. For the ordinary person to get to know a girl was very difficult. I mean get to know a girl as a human being, as a person. But this is what is now happening. And the parents disapprove, and they disapprove of everything the young people are doing. Their clothes, their interests, their lack of reverence for the ancient traditions, and their increasing westernization. So there it goes, down the drain. The whole culture of the past, rather swiftly. It's true that the Japanese have their own way of being westernized. Their television is distinctly better than ours. Some of their nightclubs, fascinating. Some of their mechanical products, beyond belief. Their trains are magnificent. Their architecture, deplorable. I mean their modern industrial architecture. It is ghastly. In the middle of Kyoto, of all places, they've erected a thing that beggars description. It's like a gigantic candle, you know, kind of fake plastic Christmas candle, towering into the sky, on top of a thing shaped like this, like, you know, the control tower on an airport, which is built of steel and glass, and you know it's steel and glass. There's no refinement. It's just steel frame with glass in it, and it goes around like that, and there's a restaurant. All that is on top of a very big department store. And here it is disfiguring this glorious ancient city. Oh, there are all sorts of things like that. Horrors. You see, they are, therefore, slowly losing their taste. It's all for reasons of practicality. If, for example, when you took a bath not so long ago, Japanese bath, you don't get in the tub until you're washed. And you wash outside the tub by scooping up water and throwing it over yourself and washing and then rinsing yourself off, and then you get in the tub and you sit there and loaf for a while. Beautiful. All the family get in together and so on. But whereas they used to have very attractive wooden tubs to do this with, they now have repulsive blue plastic ones. Plastic is taking Japan over. The beaches, for example, where you get the high tide line with all the seaweed. The seaweed is universally interspersed with indestructible plastic sandals, sun lotion bottles, all kinds of things, littering the whole place. Well, what's the reason? Oh, incidentally, plastic sandals, and instead of their marvelous umbrellas called casa, which you can still buy, most people use wretched little tinny-looking umbrellas with Western style, only rather small. They are horrid. Clothes, for example. Increasingly, the traditional kimono is abandoned. You can understand why women abandon it, because the women's kimono is extremely uncomfortable. Men's is very comfortable. But instead, the women wear what can only be called frocks. Cheap prints. The men wear our business suits, which don't fit them. You know, they're very long. They tend to be long from the shoulders to the hips and short in the legs. And so you get this funny feeling of a long coat with tiny little trousers underneath. And very few Japanese dress elegantly in the Western style. Mostly it's shabby. And, but chic, you know, they think this is really up to date. And so, funnily enough, you see, they have no antibodies, shall I say, aesthetic antibodies to Western styles. And therefore, they catch our diseases before they catch our merits. I suppose the same may be said of us. It's difficult to see how Japanese would see our acceptance of Japanese institutions and art forms. They must think it's very funny. But in the West, these things are accepted only really by sort of intellectuals. It hasn't hit the mass of the people at all. Whereas in Japan, Western styles have hit the mass of the people. So with this very rapid cultural change going on, the Japanese have not discovered Buddhism. And I suppose one of the great benefits that could be done for the Japanese would be to retranslate Buddhism for them out of the old language into some sort of modern idiom. I've often thought of writing a textbook on Buddhism for Japanese teenagers. And I would write it in hipster language, in English, and then get some very competent Japanese to translate it into the equivalent argot. It would be difficult, but it would be a great eye-opener to Japanese people. I've had this experience because in taking groups of people to Japan and giving seminars on Buddhism, very often the person who's our interpreter will listen in. And he never knew at all that that was what it was about, that these things were contained in it. And I've had very interesting experiences. I was talking on certain problems with a very learned Shingon priest. Shingon is another school in Zen. And his wife speaks beautiful English. And we had a very competent interpreter present. And he got to some points and they both said, "I am sorry. We have no idea how to translate into English. This is a very difficult word." So I said to the priest, "Ask him to write it in Chinese." And as I can pick out about one character in 3, gradually by this process, a very complicated form of communication can be established. But they don't know what those words mean. They're either too used to them, they know what they mean but can't possibly think what the equivalent in English would be, or else they just don't know. So there is this tremendous problem of, unless the Buddhist tradition is to go down the drain completely, of re-familiarizing the Japanese with what it's all about. But they don't know what it's about because of the fact that over the years it has degenerated into going through the motions and into being something which is just a kind of magic. For example, the headquarters of the Shingon School on Mount Koya is really two things. It's an enormous funerary establishment and a tourist center. The main thing at Shingon is a gigantic graveyard, very beautiful, all among cryptomeria trees, which are somewhat like the sequoia. And here are tombs and tombs and tombs, all in the style of Buddhist little stupas or pagoda-like structures. Wealthy families have huge ones, all decked about with bells and magical inscriptions in Tibetan and Sanskrit and so on. And there are many temples, but their principal function is to drone sutras for we would say, the repose of the souls of the departed. And so they train, I witnessed the training of all these young boys who are, of course, priests' sons. And they, in their training hall, each priest, monk, trainee has a little desk with all the ritual objects on it, all alike, row after row after row. And they teach them how to go through the motions of the various ceremonies and rituals. It's completely mechanical. And so it exists as a kind of prayer wheel bit for people to come there and be buried with the hope that this magic will do something. It's magic, pure and simple. You can buy sheets of paper, printed, with all sorts of mysterious characters. And you put these in a little holder, and you can stick it up in your car as a good luck thing. And what says on the papers? It says nothing at all. It's just magical signs, like a kind of abracadabra. Well, the Japanese, modern Japanese, think this is ridiculous. They have no patience with it whatsoever. It has no mystery to it, no magic. To us, Mount Koya reminds you of going to Tibet. It's the nearest thing in Japan, Tibetan Buddhism. And the mysterious effigies and the marvelous construction of the temples and is most extraordinary. And from a scholarly point of view, from the point of view of a historian of Buddhist symbology, it's fascinating. But nobody there seems to appreciate it very much. Something they're used to, they just go through. So either the modern Japanese are going to let the whole thing go down the drain, or else somehow it's got to be represented to them in a modern idiom. They wake up and realize that they have a treasure. Well, let's take an intermission.
This morning, I was giving you some general impressions of the present situation of Zen in Japan, and showing how it's really fallen on evil days. It has a very little interest to the younger generation, and insofar as there is an awakening, it is to a considerable extent due to the increase of Western interest, which has aroused the Zen people and put them on their mettle. And now I want to discuss a problem that was raised by both R.H. Blythe and D.T. Suzuki as to whether Zen, as one finds it in Japan today, is rather much behind the times, ill-suited to Western assimilation, and even for purposes of the Japanese, needs in some way to be reformed, and if so, in what directions. Now, frankly, I must be very, very clear with you as to what are and are not my qualifications to discuss this. I have not studied Zen in the regular way. I have not spent any time practicing Zen in a monastery, and I have never acquired a formal Zen teacher, because my method in approaching situations is invariably through the back door. This shows me the construction underneath the front stairs. I'm a bit sneaky, but I find this, although sometimes it takes longer to get in by the back door than by the front door, nevertheless it has certain advantages. Ramakrishna said there are many entrances to a house. One entrance is the way the garbage goes in and out. Another entrance is where the honored guests go in and out. And in discussing various forms of Hinduism, which go under the name of the left-hand path, he said they do get into the house, but they go by the garbage entrance. Well, I suppose I go in like a burglar through the window. Or something like that. But the reason, I have a reason for this. There is method in my madness. And it's this. I don't care what you join, be it a Buddhist group, a yoga group, a Christian group, a psychoanalytic group, whether you are an advocate for spiritual methods of anything, psychedelic drugs, or dervish dancing, or Gurdjieff exercises, or whatever, you tend to become, by virtue of this, a member of an in-group. And you start playing the game of in-group versus out-group. And it never fails, so far as I can see. Now, it's absurd to try and constitute an in-group of one. I would think myself very funny if I tried to do that. So at least I can avoid that. But then, you know, everybody's out of step except me, sort of thing. That just doesn't strike my sense of humor very well, for me. But everywhere there is this tendency, and I feel too that people are always in danger of playing games indefinitely along this, saying, well, we're more inclusive than you are. I'm more tolerant than you are. There are fascinating games along these lines. I'm more aware of my shortcomings than you are. I know more consciously than you do that I play games. It is perfectly endless. But I think that our friend Krishnamurti has always had a very powerful critique in this problem, in saying that religions are divisive. Even if they, let's take the Baha'i thing. Now, here was an attempt to form a universal religion composed of 9 major religions in the world. And all it succeeded in doing was creating another divisive sect, claiming to be a certain in-group. And so I feel rather strongly in this day and age that joining religions is intellectually not so very respectable. That it is a thing of the past. Now, the people object to that and say, well, all you become if you do that is an eclectic. Or they'll say this is syncretism, which is a dirty word in some circles. That, in other words, you become superficial. You are like you treat the whole religious history of mankind as a smorgasbord. And you go round to all the dishes and pick what catches your fancy and leave the rest. Well, people do that anyhow. If they take one tradition, I know all kinds of Catholics who say we are devout Catholics, but of course we don't go along with this, that, and the other, the silly nonsense about birth control and so on. They just take as much Catholicism as they feel they can take, and leave the rest. Any discriminating eater does that. If you don't know the difference between chalk and cheese. So I find nothing, if somebody wants to call me a syncretist, a dilettante, or whatever you like, okay. The shoe doesn't fit, so I don't wear it. So this is my attitude and the way I look at it. And you must make up your own mind whether you think this qualifies me to say anything valid at all or not. But I watch many things. I watch the claims people make and whether they manifest those claims in the way they live. And if they say, well, you know, this way of life that we follow is going to improve us and make us better human beings from a moral point of view, all right, that's what they said it did. So I watch to see if they are in any way distinguished. And it's very rarely true that they are. To a large extent, people's religious beliefs are a rationalization of some kind. And so it's better, I think, not to make claims. Not to try, because you see, this is always the problem. Religions are always involved in some kind of sales pitch. They say, if you would do what I tell you or what we preach, it will be good for you. It will make something better. And endlessly, it doesn't. So you might say, what is the good of studying this at all? If it doesn't improve your lives, if it doesn't make you better, more sociable, why study it? Well, the first thing that occurs to me is that it's very interesting. I've always, since childhood, been fascinated by the mystery of being. It just has always struck me as absolutely marvelous that there is this amazing universe. And just out of sheer wonder, I'm interested in all the various answers that people have given as to why this is here. And I must say that my approach to religion is not so much that of the moralist as of the scientist. In this sense, a physicist may have a very experimental and concrete approach to nature, but a good physicist is not necessarily a good man in the sense of being improved morally. He knows certain things, his knowledge is power, and the power that the physicist has may be used for good or for evil. But he has the power, he has the knowledge. And I've always thought that in many ways Zen is like that. Zen has been used for healing people's sicknesses and also for chopping off their heads by the samurai. And so I'm interested in it from the point of view of what it reveals about the way universe is, the way nature is, what this world is doing. So it is part and parcel of a big inquiry. And the big inquiry is this. If you read the literature of the great religions, time and time again you come up against descriptions of what is called spiritual experience. And you find that in all the various traditions there is a modality of spiritual experience which seems to be the same thing, whether it occurs in the Christian West, the Islamic Middle East, the Hindu world of Asia, or the Buddhist world. It is quite definitely the same experience. The sense of the transcendence of individuality and of being one with the total energy of the universe. This experience has always fascinated me. I've been interested in the psychological dynamics of it. Why it happens, what happens, how it comes to be described in different symbolisms with different languages. And to see if I could find out
whether what are the means of bringing it about, frankly. I've often felt that the traditional ways of cultivating it are analogous to, say, medieval.
Go with that. But if he's only on that level, if he's only playing that kind of thing, and thinks that's all there is, it becomes a drag. And he starts being the kind of person who feels that he's just got to go on surviving. See? It's terribly important to go on surviving, to live. And he works at that. And his children learn the same attitude from him. And they, you know, he says, well, I've got to survive because I've got all these children I've got to support, and so on and so forth. And then they take the same attitude, and they breed up children, and they feel compulsive about supporting them, because they've got to go on. And so nobody really has any fun. It's just, we've got to make this thing, you see? And you don't have to. See, whenever I get somebody who comes to me and says, I really can't go on and I have to commit suicide, I say, well, that's entirely, you're right. There's really no reason why you should go on, and if you want to commit suicide, do it. You can check out. Of course, this reduces anxiety. When they feel free to commit suicide, they don't really have to commit suicide so much. You know, you can commit partial suicide. So the sense that you just have to go on living, see, that life is a must. When you say to anything spontaneous, see, life is spontaneous. It happens, in the words of the Taoists, Ziran, which means of itself so. That's their Chinese expression for nature. What happens by itself, what isn't pushed, but it just pops up, you see? Like, gee, I'll never forget, there was a great Zen master I knew once in New York. He was giving a lecture one evening, and he was dressed in his gold ceremonial robes, and he was sitting in front of an altar like this sort of thing, but he had a table in front of him, with very formal, with candles on it, and a sutra scripture on a little desk. And he was lecturing on the sutra. And he said, fundamental principle in Buddhism is no purpose, purposelessness. When you drop fart, you don't say, at 9 o'clock I drop fart. It happened of itself. You know, and all these pious Western devotees, you know, kind of put their handkerchiefs in their mouths and try not to laugh. You know? So, but that's the meaning of something that happens of itself, like drop fart or have hiccups or just you came into being, you know. It happens in a kind of a plop way like that. See? Now, you can't tell that process, you ought to happen. You must happen. Because that puts a bind on it. In the same way as when you have a little child and all the relatives have come to a party on Thanksgiving, and you put the child into the middle of all the relatives and say, now dear, play. See, it absolutely bugs the child to do it like that. And so this is the problem for every artist. Because an artist is a man who makes his living by playing, whether he's dancing or painting or playing music or whatever it is. And he has to overcome this problem. He has to know how to play in public at a given time on an appointment. See? Now that's not an easy thing to learn. But when you catch on to the trick of it, you can do it. To play on demand. That's the hardest lesson of life. To contrive what is called by my Japanese artist friend Saburo Hasegawa a controlled accident. The thing is that we have been educated to use our minds in a certain way, a way that ignores or screens out the fact that every one of us is an aperture through which the whole cosmos looks out. Now, this morning I was giving you a talk on the fundamental basic attitudes expressed in Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. And the title of the book, Tao Te Ching, introduces now the second word in the title. I've been dwelling this morning on the first word, which is Tao, and so comes up this second word, De. And this word, again, faces us with some serious problems of translation. Ordinarily translated virtue, but virtue as we understand it today isn't at all appropriate. The nearest kind of, when we speak of the healing virtues of a plant, that's nearer to the meaning of this word, de. The Japanese pronounce it toku, the Cantonese dak, and the northern Mandarins approximately de. And in the section of the Lao Tzu where this is really introduced, the text says something like this: superior virtue, not virtue,
thus it has virtue. Inferior virtue can't let go of virtue, thus not virtue. And we more or less paraphrase that by translating, superior virtue is not conscious of itself as virtue, and therefore it is virtue. But inferior virtue is so hooked up with being virtuous, or hooked on being virtuous, that it's not virtue. Now then, therefore, this word is a connection of virtue and magic. It means the excellence of things, in the sense that a tree excels at being a tree, and nobody really knows how it does it. There is no way of imitating a tree, except the only thing is to be one. And so in the same way, when a human being shows extraordinary skill at something, it seems that it comes natural to him. It seems that he doesn't achieve it by any kind of artificiality. If there is some discipline in it, it's concealed. So, excelling in something naturally, and yet it's something that is so difficult to understand that it seems that it has been done by magic, is the meaning of this word. So what da is the state of affairs, a way of talking about particularly a human being who has learned to live in harmony with the Tao. Now, of course, everything is fundamentally in harmony with the Tao. In the book called the Zhongyong, or the Unwobbling Pivot, it is said, the Tao is that from which nothing can depart. That from which things can depart is not the Tao. Fundamentally, you see, you can't get away from it. It's like a situation in which we are all floating in a tremendous river. And the river carries you along, anyhow. Now, some of the people in the river are swimming against it, but they're still being carried along. Others have learned that the art of the thing is to swim with it. And they're carried along too. But they know it, you see. They know they're carried along, whereas the people who are swimming against it think they're going in the opposite direction. But they're not really. So that was a sort of discussion we were having this morning, when I find invariably, whenever I talk about these things, Americans raise moral issues because we are a people incredibly bamboozled by preachers. And so this always comes up. Bamboozled. Preachers. Yes. And have chronic guilty consciences. And so those questions are always raised. But this, you see, explains part of this situation. That you have to flow with the river. There is no other way. But that you can swim against it and pretend not to be flowing with it, but you still are. So, but a person who is not making that pretense anymore, who knows that you have to go with the river and swim with it, suddenly he acquires behind everything that he does the power of the river. The person swimming against the river, you see, does not by his action express the force of the river. The person swimming with it, he goes along and he has that whole river behind him, but he's subtly directing it, because you can change direction in the course of the river. You can go to the left or to the right, as a ship can use a rudder and still go along with the current, or more skillful still, as a sailboat can tack. Because when a sailboat tacks and goes in a direction contrary to the wind, it still is using the wind to blow it along. Now that is the most highly skillful art of all. That is Taoism in perfection, the art of sailing. Very intelligent. So the whole art of the ruler, you see, the Tao Te Ching is a book written for several purposes. You may take it as a guide to mystical understanding of the universe. You may take it as a dissertation on the principles of nature, almost a naturalistic, a handbook of natural law, we would say. Or you may also take it as a political book, a book of wisdom for governors. And the principle which it advocates, basically, is the virtue of governing by not ruling. Look at it in this way. Supposing the President of the United States were as unknown to you by name as the local sanitary inspector, the man who looks after the drains and the sewage disposal and all that kind of thing. This is not a glamorous figure, you see. But for that very reason, he probably does his job more efficiently than the President, because the President wastes an enormous amount of time in interviewing various groups from the Elks and the Girl Scouts and conferring honors and all this kind of thing. The poor man's life must be an utter torment because he's so well known and therefore has absolutely no time to give to the government of the country. I mean, think of his mail and all the people who have to be employed sifting that out and assessing it, so that if he were someone quite anonymous and that we didn't have to think about him, he would be a very, very good ruler. In just the same way, for example, you don't have to attend, unless you're sick, to the government of your own body. It happens automatically. This is this expression, ziran, of itself, and it goes on day after day after day, and the better it is, the less you have to think about it. This morning I was discussing the joke of death, and the principal point that I was making was that death and life, or that is to say, in other words, the interval and the event, death being the interval between events, between one appearance and another of human beings in the same way as winter is the interval between the appearance of the leaves in spring and their disappearance in the fall. But there is, you see, the chronic fear that the interval may be all that there is, that the interval may triumph, and there may be no event. And I was trying to show you that there is a polarity between the event and the interval between events, in such a way that you can no more have the one without the other than you can have the crest of the wave without the trough. And that this goes on and on and on in endless cycles, where there are small intervals making up small intervals and waves which group together and make up a set of intervals and waves, and they in themselves constitute the crest of a larger wave with a much longer trough. And then again there comes the group of intervals and waves on a short rhythm. And that this thing that goes like, you see, like this, you see, that this thing in its turn is the crest of a still greater wave, and that the nature of being is that this is the scheme of things. But the joke about it, what makes it exciting, is the constant anticipation that there might not be anything again after the interval, that it might all come to an end. And the real problem, in order to turn death into a joke, that is to say, suddenly to recover from this terrible anxiety that it might be finished, and then transmute the vibration trembling of anxiety into laughter. It is the same thing. Only the trembling of laughter is the trembling of anxiety seen from a different point of view. Now, what are the things that are obstacles to our being able to see that? It's almost as if life were itself a guru. And you know how gurus throw out tests to their students to see if they can pass these various initiations, all of which require nerve in the face of some formidable obstacle. All fairy stories are full of this. And so life itself throws out all kinds of reasons for supposing that we are faced with something serious instead of something playful. And I want to discuss with you a few ways which in Western history this obstacle has been thrown out, and how we today are bamboozled by these obstacles. In the history of Western civilization, there have really been, in the past 2,000 years, two dominant mythologies. One has had a long run and the other has had a fairly short run. But they are both ways of terrifying you so that you won't see the point. But at the same time, they are perhaps not merely negative things, but challenges, barriers of the same kind that a guru would offer. For example, in the study of Zen, each koan is referred to as a barrier. And if you can pass the barrier, you see, you get in. But the function of the teacher is to put the barriers up to see how you'll react to them. So, in a way, we could say that the two great mythologies which have dominated the Western world in the past 2,000 years are two barriers. The first, of course, is the Christian mythology. And in the Christian mythology, the individual is made to feel that he is strictly on probation, that he does not really belong, that if he is at all a son of God, he is so by adoption and grace. He isn't really one of the family. that you are, after all, nothing but something or other. Nothing but a kind of complicated neurological jello. And that point of view, as I said, has become enormously convincing. It's plausible today, whereas the old point of view of God the Father and all the angels isn't plausible. It seems kind of weird in relation to what we know about the state of the universe. Now, what we have to see is that both of these points of view are equally mythological. And there's no more reason to take one than the other. And that what these points of view reflect are nothing other than certain attitudes to living. Now you see, if you want to live in a way that always is saying, I think that life is disgusting. Supposing you want to deny being, then you can always describe it in ways that are offensive. You can always say playing the violin is just scraping cat's entrails with horsehair. That puts it down, and you say, and you say people who play golf, they're a bunch of idiots who go out on take a walk, and they hit a stupid little ball with sticks. Or that people who like music are just a bunch of idiots who sit around and go out of their minds listening to a lot of complicated noises. See, there's always a way of talking about something to make it sound terrible. Equally, there's a way of talking about something to make it sound great. Now, what do you want to do? Do you want to live your life in such a way that you're always saying to it, do you want to? Is that a good way to conduct things? Or do you want to live your life in such a way that you say, come on, let's go. You see, let's swing this thing. On the one hand, you see, you're always in tension against it. Do you remember I pointed out to you in this morning that the person who's anxious, constantly anxious, is the person who is resisting the flip-flopability of things. Life is vibrating. It's going bloop, 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 bloop all the time. And the anxious person says, God's sake, don't do that. Because, you might do it too much. I don't want to blurp like this. It makes me feel nervous. So stop it. And so, as he puts his weight on this blip, he goes like this, you see, it gets trembling. So instead of saying, come on, let's blip, see, let's go, and do this thing, so in exactly the same way, the person who wants to say, well, you're nothing but some kind of chemicals, and they're just a lot of, you're a bag of pus and blood, basically, with a few bones inside. And that person is doing the same thing, you see, as the person who's putting pressure on the flip-flopability of things, and so he gets anxious. And the person who does this, he wants to say, he's always, look, think about your friends and the people who are philosophical and enthusiastic materialists. They're always going to pose themselves as a certain kind of hero. After all, you're just a dreamer, but I face facts. See? I'm a hard-headed realist. And I'm as a matter of fact, I'm an intellectual porcupine. I have my prickles out all over the place. Because I'm the kind of person who, in the academic world at any rate, is full of rigor. I ask, what precisely is the evidence about this? And I'm analytical. And I'm believe in I don't like woolly and vague thinking. I like it clear cut, and you can see that porcupine's bristle going right through like that. See, well, this is a personality type who wants to play that role, whose message in saying all this jazz is, I'm the kind of person who is all dry as a bone. But I believe that that is strength, and that's reality. And another kind of person says to him, oh, you are intolerable. You're so dry, you're so dull, you rattle. You don't have any juice in you. And what we need is juice. And we need flow. We need lilt and rhythm and gaiety, you see. So that's an opposed mythology. And that's another character part you're going to play. But so we've got to consider these are games, you see, as I tried to show you earlier. The kind of roles we play are the kind of games we play. So, but the question is, which is the optimal game? Certainly we can't do without some prickly people, because life is prickles and goo. And it's basically gooey prickles and prickly goo, but the gooey people are always trying to make out that it's only goo, and the prickly people are always trying to make out it's only prickles. Now we do need both, see? But the question is fundamentally, which game works better? The game that resists the vibration, the flip-flop, or the game that goes with it? Obviously the game that goes with it, that cooperates with the general scene, will be a longer game and a more amusing game than one that totally resists it. Although, I said totally advisedly, because it's great fun to resist it at times. See? The real point I want to get across is that what seems to us the hard-boiled common sense of a mechanistic view of the universe is nothing other than a myth. You don't have to be taken in by this, because there is no more solid argument that that is the way things are than any other argument about any other way things might be. Now, it goes like this, you see. Again, think of the idea of limits. We'll take different limits this time. We'll take one limit on the right hand here as consciousness. Extreme, lively sensitivity. And on the other hand, we'll take the opposite limit, which is geological. The stone, the blind energy, the electrical force without any consciousness whatsoever. These are observable things. We see the living human being on one extreme, and we see the stone or the fire on the other. Now, our 19th century mythologist wants to describe this limit in terms of this one. He wants to say that consciousness is nothing but a very complicated form of minerals. Why can't you go the other way and just as easily say minerals are a very simple form of consciousness? That works, doesn't it? I mean, after all, here's this mineral. I knock it, and it says that to me. This is a rudimentary form of consciousness. This thing inside is not making a noise to itself, because that requires ears. But in some way, this thing is going to itself. It's shaking like that. And that's its consciousness, its response, its resonance. It isn't totally unconscious, but its consciousness is extremely simple. Now, you may think I'm spinning fairy stories, but is that any more of a fairy story than to say that your consciousness is nothing but chemistry? I mean, you think you're conscious, and that you have this high and mighty state of affairs, but actually, of course, if we look at this very realistically, all this is just colloidal substances bubbling around. See, both that story and the other story can be made to seem equally fanciful. But the question is this: if I say about the gong, look, my friend, I respect you because you are a little bit conscious. See, you relate to me. You're kind of a younger brother, and then there's something endearing and warm about this attitude to things. Whereas if I say, psst, you're just a piece of metal, and as a matter of fact, I'm just a piece of metal too. That's a kind of insult. Now, the people who believe that are really suicidal maniacs. They want to put themselves down. They are against their own life, and they take a great pride in being that way, and they call it being realistic. And I'm only saying it's a better gamble to take it the other way and say the best thing you can say about it, that this is a living being, but not so much of a living being as a snail or something that actually wanders along and wiggles. So you see, the pressure upon us of the whole mythology of the 19th century, the whole attitude of putting down the universe because the previous myth had been too uncomfortably alive. So on the deepest level, a person as a whole can get in the way of his own existence by becoming too aware of himself. And then he lacks this quality, dearth. Now, the Taoists then propose that there be something to help people get back to Tao and to be able to be in a state of death, so that they wouldn't get in their own way. And this is connected with the idea of being empty. Emptiness, being somehow vacant, was the secret of the thing. The highest kind of knowledge is not know-how, but know-how, N-O-H-O-W. To be able to do it know-how, without any method. And this is the great human predicament. The development of self-consciousness, the development of the possibility of reflecting upon one's own knowledge. And this is simultaneously a blessing and a curse. And Taoism does not escape this problem. I mean, it doesn't avoid this problem, it deals with it. But it doesn't deal with it obviously. So we get back to this fundamental verse about the nature of dearth. What is highly virtuous is a virtue that is not conscious of itself as virtue. The moment it's conscious of itself as such, you see, it fails. So in this way, we love to see a child dancing all by itself, lost in the dance and not performing for an audience. And we say, oh, if only I could dance like that. If only I could become like a child again, innocent. But then soon we know when parents notice how beautifully a child dances, and they all approve of it and say to this child, dance for us, the child begins to lose this power. And it puts on airs, it knows it's noticed. And we don't like that. We say, that's affectation, that's showing off, that's phony. What we want you to do is to dance as if you had no audience, not even yourself. Which of course puts the child in a double bind, because it says to the child, we require you to do something that will be acceptable only if you do it as if it wasn't required. We do that all the time to our children and to each other. You must love me. After all, you promised to do so when we got married, didn't you? And so on. So, this is the difficulty. But somehow, the very great artist, in the maturity of his life, somehow is able at least to give the impression that he does what he does without playing to the gallery, without self-consciousness. It seems perfectly natural. So how does he get there? There was a Taoist sage, later than Lao Tzu. His name was Liezi. We romanize that as L-I-E-H, Lieh. And he had a reputation for being able to ride on the wind. So light. Zhuangzi says in one place, it's easy enough to stand still. The difficulty is to walk without touching the ground. Because in the state of being in accord with the Tao, there is a certain feeling of weightlessness, parallel to the weightlessness that people feel when they get into outer space or when they go deep into the ocean. This is, of course, connected with the sensation that you're not carrying your body around. I described this morning the sensation that an expert driver has when he really is with it in a car, that the hill lifts him up and drops him down the other side, that he and the road are all one process. And that's equivalent to the sense of weightlessness. And so this is connected, this is the inner meaning of Liezi riding on the wind. When Suzuki was asked, what is it like to have Satori, he said it's just like ordinary everyday experience, except about 2 inches off the ground. And so we say in our own songs, walking on air, never a care, something is making me sing, tra-la-la-la, like a little bird in spring. Actually, actually, or the reason why there is all this colossal variety and all these patterns on butterflies' wings is that nature is a poet and is simply having a wonderful time making all this variety and doing all these various things. And that explanation is just as plausible as the efficient explanation. You see, for philosophy is to a large extent a matter of taste. What sort of explanations suit your personality? If you're an anal retentive type and rather tight, then you like the efficient explanation. On the other hand, if you're an effusive type, you like the poetic explanation. But there are, though, beyond that, certain considerations of which of these explanations affords better games. And the economic anal retentive explanation can give good games up to a point, because there's all the thrill of working out the chains of interconnection, all the reasoning whereby finally you go through all sorts of rational conniptions and explain why the butterfly has a big eye on its wing. Fine. But where do you end up? You end up in a mechanical straitjacket. You've got to be careful along the other line of approach that you just don't end up in a morass. You could do that. So you look for a middle way. But the point that emerges from all this is don't be bamboozled into fearing that the black will win, because the white is the only thing there is, and the black, the nothing that surrounds it, will eventually engulf it. All these are, as it were, nursery stories to terrify children. You live in a cosmos where the light of consciousness and the darkness of unconsciousness go back and forth, just as the crests and the troughs of the waves. And this situation of yang and yin, positive and negative, is exceedingly productive. It's like a male and a female who become the parents of all sorts of children. And out of yang and yin, black and white, come all these adventures through the original stratagem of pretending that the one is and the other isn't, that yang is and that yin isn't. Both have equally good arguments on their side, and one now wins and the other now wins. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But don't be deceived. The two are always together. I'm not really a musician, but it just so happens that I have in front of me a fabulous instrument which the Japanese call koto. I suppose it would be best described as a table harp. Long instrument, stringed with bridges, horizontal harp. It was customary among Chinese poets in the old days to read poetry and strum on the lute or table harp at the same time. And I've got here a curious old text called Saikontan, which means the vegetable root discourses, written by Kojisei somewhere around 1624. And I thought I'd like to read some of this to you. And to get into the right mood, I suggest that you try to become a little stupid. That is to say, childlike, as if you hardly knew how to talk and didn't really know very much about anything that's going on. Just listen as you would listen to the wind. If the mind is clear, a dark room has its blue sky. If the mind is somber, broad daylight gives birth to demons and evil spirits. The just man has no mind to seek happiness. Heaven, therefore, because of this mindlessness, opens its inmost heart. The bad man busies himself with avoiding misfortunes. Heaven, therefore, confounds him for this desire. How unsearchable are the ways of heaven, how useless the wisdom of men. The Tao is common property. It should be pointed out to all we meet. Learning is as ordinary as eating rice at home. According to the circumstances, it should be applied circumspectly. The ancients left rice for mice and did not light lamps out of pity for moths. These thoughts of theirs are the operation point of humanity in life. Lacking this, a man is a mere earthman, a wooden body. The Zen sect says, when you are hungry, eat. When you are weary, sleep. Poetry aims at the description in common language of beautiful scenery. The sublime is contained in the ordinary, the hardest in the easiest. What is self-conscious and ulterior is far from the truth. What is mindless is near. The cold kills you with cold. The heat kills you with heat. Above, there isn't a piece of tile to cover his head. Below, there isn't an inch of earth for him to stand on. When the mouth wants to speak about it, words fail. When the mind seeks affinity with it, thought vanishes. Sun and moon cannot illuminate it completely. Heaven and earth cannot cover it entirely. The deer hunter doesn't see the mountains. The miser doesn't see men. Last year's poverty was not real poverty. But this year's poverty is poverty indeed. The angels find no path on which to strew flowers. The heretics, secretly spying, find nothing to see. Last year's plum and this year's willow. Their color and fragrance are as of old. At the limits of heaven, the sun rises and the moon sets. Beyond the balustrade, the mountains deepen and the waters become chill.
He sees only the winding of the stream and the twisting of the path. He does not know that already he is in the land of the immortals. He who would understand the meaning of Buddha nature must watch for the season and the causal relations. Every voice is the voice of Buddha. Every form is the Buddha form.
Every voice is the voice of Buddha. Every form is the Buddha form.